What's up, friends? Welcome to What's Up Wednesday, where we're going to hang out, have some fun, read, watch TV, I don't know, crochet, whatever you want to do. Maybe you just want to relax. You can do that too. But for anyone who doesn't know, I am Kat of Kat's Novel Adventures. Welcome. If you are new, please introduce yourself. Let everybody know what you're up to. If you read, what genres do you like? If you are a movie aficionado, let us know what kind of movies you like. Just get to know the chat. I promise they are friendly. And for anybody watching on replay, welcome as well. So today is the 10th of June. Can you believe it? We're already at the 10th day of June. The summer is already, well, it's not officially summer, but the summer month of June is like progressing very fast. I think it's because I have a scrapbook event coming up and I need to start preparing, which hopefully will be tomorrow. I'm getting close to that point of getting all my ducks in a row for that. But I have been reading. I did finish a book today. I finished Birds of Prey. This is number 15 in the J.P. Beaumont series. And very, very good. It was a 4-star for me. Really enjoyed it. Love reading it with my Beaumont Brady bunch. That's a wonderful group of ladies and had great discussions in the Discord, on Stormy's Discord, about it. So yeah, finished that one. That's a wrap. So I will be starting a new book. So I was listening to that on audiobook, and I am starting a new audiobook, and that is the Millicent Quibb, very long title, School of Etiquette for Young Ladies of Mad Science. This is by G. Edwina Candlestink, as told to Kate McKinnon. And Kate McKinnon is also the narrator of the book. Krista at Books and Jams recommended listening to it because she said Kate McKinnon does a great job. So anyway, it's not a very long one. I think I can finish listening to this before Sunday, because on Sunday I'll be starting the Joanna Brady book with the Beaumont Brady bunch. Anyway, so I will be starting this one today, probably when I'm eating dinner. And then I'm also reading Major Pettigrew's Last Stand. This is by Helen Simonson. This is my book club pick for my book club that I run with Alex at Frank Fiction. And I'm really loving it a lot. So very, very excited about it. I'm on chapter 13. I'm reading this one strictly with my eyeballs on purpose. I want to take my time with it and savor it. And I just really love the characters of Major and Mrs. Ali. There are other supporting characters in it that are pretty fun as well. But yeah, I'm just really enjoying this one. So I probably will dip into this if I have time, but if not, I'll be reading this after sprints right before I go to bed. That's when I've been doing it, and having a great time with it. So if anybody is planning to join us for that book club meeting, it is going to be on June the 18th at 7 p.m. Central Time, and it's going to be on my channel this time. So yeah, I'm pretty excited. I have been a busy bee this week trying to get things done around my home, working in my scrapbook room, decluttering it, working on some of my June challenges that I set for myself. So having a good time, giving myself a lot of power hours, and trying to like balance between sitting and getting up and moving around, because I have found this week that using that strategy, I'm actually getting more done than when I just sit for hours on end. So I'm going to do the same thing this evening too. Like, I have a couple of chores to do. So one of my sprints will just be up moving that entire time that I'm doing that, whereas another one might be a sit down. You know, who knows? So like I said, I'll probably read while I'm eating dinner. I want to listen to the audiobook and read along with it and get my feel for the narrator, and then just to make sure I can listen to it. Because if I can't, then I might have to put it to the side and pick something else up. So let's see who is here. Jen of Pages and Chaos is here. Woot woot. I'll be back in a few, just straightening up before setting down for the night. That's amazing. Jen, if you will please give me a number, any number, because I want to do that for the Would You Rather. Kristen's in the house. Hello. One more day of school for this. Teacher assistant, I'm thinking, and I'm off until August. Yay. That is amazing. I love that. I know the summertime for anyone that's in education is like gold. It's like going to heaven. So if you, Kristen, will also give me a number, I'll appreciate that. So a number from you and a number from Jen, and that will get us going for our Would You Rather. And Jamie's here. Hello, Kat and friends. Hello, Cameron. Hello. I hope everyone is well. I hope you're well too. I got your message and I messaged you back. Thank you very much, Cameron. You are super sweet. I appreciate you. And Stina's here. Hello, Kat and chat. What you up to, Stina? Travis, every Wednesday, I'm like, oh my God, it is Wednesday. I've been so tired today. I've been struggling to stay awake at work. Gonna order food and lay down after that when I get off work. I got you. You busy. You so busy. But I feel you because I have, with the exception, I'm trying to think what night. I'd have to look at my log. But one night I did go to bed a little bit later. I'm trying very hard to get in bed, and reading around 9 o'clock. So that way I have plenty of time if I am awake enough to read, and then lights out by 10 if possible. So I've been doing pretty well with that because it does make a big difference for me getting up in the morning, which I'm not super consistent with that because sometimes I'm just like, I need to lay here some more. Hello, Amanda. How are you? What are you doing? And planning on playing some Animal Crossing. I've been working on my Giallo July TBR and reading Exquisite Corpse by Poppy Z. Bright. Excellent. Oh, that's my watch. Oh. It's like it didn't want to go off. I took it out of my drawer specifically because I knew it was going to happen. Hey, Carmen, reading The Bear Pit by S.G. McLean. Nice. And Allie's here. Hello, everyone. Currently reading Throne of Glass by Sarah J. Maas on page 444, the end of chapter 30, hoping to make good progress in the book with the sprint. I hope you do really well with it. And I'm assuming you're enjoying it if you're to 444. Amanda said, I'm hoping to finish a Season of Passage by Christopher Pike today. Nice. I have yet to read a Christopher Pike book. One day, I hope to. Hello, Stormy. Not reading anything right now, but did finish Birds of Prey. Yay. And a middle grade book about George Washington. That sounds awesome. And I'll have to go check Discord now and see what Stormy put in the Discord about Birds of Prey. That was our J.P. Beaumont book. Number 12 for Jen. So Jen. Oh, okay, come on, Pen. 12 for Jen. Excellento. Thank you, ma'am. And hello, Mary. I'm so glad you're here. I was watching your last week's live and thought it was this week's. I am so out of the loop. I know I have missed you so much, Mary, but I did love seeing you pop in. Your picture of you out and that beautiful scenery was wonderful. I mean, the scenery was breathtaking for sure. And I love that you're showing your art on Instagram. So it's so good to see you. I've missed you. And Kristen said 11. So we got 12 and 11. Okay, well, that's not going to be so bad. This one could have been a lot worse depending on how big the number was. And Mary says, it's good to be here. I'm painting or reading David Copperfield. Both of those choices are excellent. And you are so welcome. I've been productive today, feeling good. I know I have been productive all week. Like when you look at my time logs for this week, as opposed to last week, I'm just like, man, because you can just see the progression. And like today, I made such good progress in my scrapbook room, and it's so clear. Like what I've decided to do was, instead of decluttering the whole entire room, I only need my table, ice cream bar. And for those of you that don't know, ice cream bar is my son Andrew's speckled king snake. He is on my other table in my scrapbook room. And so I only need the one table, but in order to like move freely around, I had to make a path. So I got all of that taken care of. It's going to be much easier to declutter the rest of the room when I'm finished with my scrapbook event. But I do need to start prepping. And so now my table is pretty much clear. I have some things I have to go through and put away. And once I do that, then I'm going to be pulling out my pictures and deciding what I'm going to scrapbook and getting the pictures, the paper. I'm going to try to sketch it out if I can. If I have to order any pictures, yeah, it's just going to be a lot. And then also, too, I want to work on my Edgar Allan Poe journal. That's what I'm going to do the first day. So I do need to get my materials together for that as well. So if I want to print anything off my printer, we don't have access to a printer at the convention. The lady who runs it now doesn't bring that for us. It's a new lady that took over a couple of years ago. So yeah. And if I want to order any specific die cut titles, because it's a lot easier to assemble those, and I can assemble them there. And yeah, so I'm excited, very, very excited about it. So that's what I've been up to, the productivity. And then Amanda said 3 more days of work, and then I'm off for the summer. Woohoo! I love that. Let's see. Can I do some confetti? Yay! That's for all my teacher friends. And hey, Alicia, happy Wednesday. Just join in reading Throne of Glass, currently at 310 of 404. Nice. Nice progress. And staring at the new floors, which she sent me a picture of her new floors, and they look fantastic. And then Stina said, finishing a late lunch and hoping to finish The Ending Writes Itself. That is on my list too. All my books that I'm doing for this month are behind me. But I do need to get to that one because I will be joining Isabel at Isabel Reads for her book club. And she invited me to be on the chat with her. So I'm very excited, one, for reading the book, and two, for collaborating with Isabel. It'll be our first collaboration. And then, hello, Heidi. I'm almost done with Guy Gabriel Kay's Under Heaven, a 5-star book. Woo! That's awesome. And Allie said you could get close to finishing. You could get close to finishing Throne of Glass, Alicia. Yes, she most certainly can. And I may finish it today, depending on dinner and everything else. Yeah, well, I hope so. I hope you're able to do that. That would be amazing. So we are at the end of the comments, and we're going to go ahead and jump into a sprint. And the timer is set for 45 minutes, which I think is a good amount of time to get us started. So let me share the screen. And hey, Jasmine, welcome. Are you finished officially with school? And Allie said, I hope you're able to finish, Alicia. Same. I really do hope she's able to do that. Okay, so 45 minutes is on the clock. Let's get the party started. Woot woot. Welcome back. Whew. So excited. I just crossed off another thing off my list. I did my financial task that I had to do and very pleased that I got that done. Woohoo. So no reading that time, just, to do list task. So we had so many people pop in. And I also did add Millicent Quibb to my Goodreads, currently reading. I'm trying to get caught up on my Goodreads reviews. I wrote 2 this week so far. My goal is 3, so hopefully I'll get another one in. So Jasmine came in right when we were going into the sprint, and she is on her first week of her break. So I'm so excited for her. And Shannon's here, made friends with the like button. It's always good to see you, Shannon. I miss you in the mornings. Robin's here. Hello. Just picked up my mom from the hospital. I'm tired, so I won't be on. Have a wonderful night. I hope your mom's doing okay. Get some rest, Robin. And Eleanor says, hello. Finished all the chores, so plan to read this afternoon. I'm currently 50% into Bury Our Bones in the Midnight Soil. It's a 500 plus page book. I've heard a lot of good things about that book. So if you're currently 50% in, that must mean that you're enjoying it. I hope so anyway. And good to see you, Eleanor. And Angela said, hi, Cat and friends. I've been reading for most of the afternoon. I'm at chapter 50 in Lonesome Dove. I'll start our book club read this weekend. Yay! I'm really enjoying it, Angela. I love Major and Mrs. Ellie. And the humor is really good. There's a lot of humor, heart, to it. And yeah, I think we're about to get into some changes that are not going to be received very well by the community that Major lives in his little English countryside. But it's a place I would love to go visit. It just seems very cozy and wonderful. I hope you're enjoying Lonesome Dove. I read that last June for June on the Range and loved it. It was really, really good. And always good to see you, Angela, as well. Allie said, oh, yeah, this is for our question. Would you rather be 12 minutes early or be 11 minutes late? So Jen and Kristen were both very conservative with their numbers. So it's like, phew, we didn't have to choose something really, really too hard. So Allie said 12 minutes early for her. And I agree. I would rather be early than late. Although if I was late 11 minutes, depending on what I was late for, I guess it would be okay. Knowing me, I would explain, like text or call or whatever and say I was going to be late. But if I have a choice between the two, I'd rather be 12 minutes early because I like to be early, just in general. And Amy's here. Hello, Amy. I'm excited to join you, Sprints. I'm listening to All My Bones by PJ Nelson. I hope you are enjoying it, and I'm happy that you were able to make sprints today. And she is on our team for definitely 12 minutes early. And Mary said 11 minutes late. So you want to be like fashionably late. That's fine. That's fair. It all depends on what you're being late for, I guess, in the grand scheme of things. And then, hello, Chris. I hope you are well. I am well. I hope that you are well as well. Teresa just stopped in to say hi. I haven't been able to lately. Storm and bad here now. Not only you are having bad storms, but also Anne. Anne said we are having a major thunderstorm. The wind is blowing about 40 miles an hour, lightning, thunder, and rain sideways. We lost power about 15 minutes ago. Yeah, y'all have to be safe with all that bad weather. And Anne says, I have not seen a storm like this in a long time. Yeah, I feel for you. Not a fan of bad weather, I can tell you that. But hopefully you are in a safe situation. You're not driving in it, which I think is amazing. That's when I really dread it too. But if high winds happen, that's what I'm afraid of. And we've had a lot of rain here, so I'm worried about the trees. Worried about these trees because we have water oaks, and water oaks do not have deep roots. We learned that with Hurricane Ida. And hello, Tanya. Hey, lovely peeps. Hope you are all well. Definite 12 minutes early for me. I hate being late. So good to see you. Angelical's here. Hello. 11 minutes late. Always being early and having to wait stresses me out. My tummy gets upset. Weird. I know. Well, no, you and Mary are on the same page with that. So that is fine. Totally fine. Whatever. I really do think it depends on what you're being early or late for. Um, to be quite honest. So I guess that's what you got to gauge it on. So good to see you, Jellicle. And Alicia Yo is in the house. How are you, my friend? What you been up to? Heidi says early, I'm always early. Now with audiobooks on our iPhones, we never just have to sit around waiting. Well, prior to audiobooks, I used to always carry a book with me. So always had something to do, always. And depending on where I was going, like if I knew I was going to have to wait a while, when I was teaching, I'd bring my papers and I'd grade my papers while I waited. And Alicia said 12 minutes early for her. So happy you're here, Miss Alicia Yo. And Jamie says 12 minutes early. I am early 99% of the time. And hello, Sue. Always early. Love that. So good to see you, Sue. Welcome, welcome. Matthew's in the house. Hi, all. Happy Wednesday. Happy Wednesday to you, Matthew. I hope you are doing well. You've had a good week so far. Shannon said she's working on social media posts for the next month. Yes, that is a lot. I will tell you, especially if you're doing something with you, in your case, you're launching books, you're keeping up with writing, you have a lot going on with your conference. Yeah, I know how it is just keeping up with social media when I'm running a readathon. It is a lot. And then Allie said, I got to page 508 in Throne of Glass, almost finished chapter 35. Bravo. And I'm buddy reading Fahrenheit 451 with a friend, made it to page 60, almost done with part 1. Is this a first time read for you, Jamie? I feel like you have read it before, that this is a reread. I'm planning on reading Fahrenheit 451 in October. That's when Jacqueline does it with her students. And so that is when I'm planning to do it. I'm very excited to have that on my list. I have that and I have my Creep Over book. Those two things are definitely on my pile of possibilities, but there'll be my priority reads for sure. Cameron finished editing Sunday's video. Nice. You are on fire with your videos, and I have not forgotten. I have a lot of video watching to catch up on. And I don't know if I mentioned this last week, but I think I'm going to do some marathon watching. And now might get a pizza on the next sprint. Ooh, yum. And Matthew's reading The Jigsaw Man. I'm on page 206 of 488. Is that a horror book? It sounds like it would be. Like a jigsaw, like isn't that a type of saw? Like, I think you could mess somebody up with a jigsaw saw. I would rather be early. I don't blame you. And Tanya says, I always carry a book, Kindle too, so when I'm early, it gives reading time and a buffer for traffic, etc. Yes. Yes, I always have a book with me. Very important, because I get antsy if I have to sit there and wait for too long. And some places have magazines that you can look at, which I don't mind that, because then I can like catch up on, magazine stuff. Especially if it's like, People magazine, I can see what the celebs are up to, because I really don't follow that kind of stuff. But or if it's like some kind of a decorating magazine, I don't decorate either, but I always like to look at decorating magazines and kind of wish that I could decorate. Oh, Jasmine, so we had a thunderstorm here and I was able to brush the dog. Ooh, I really should brush Luna. Her summer coat's coming in. And unfortunately, we didn't eat dinner before this happened. Kristen said, early for me too. I get to work super early so I can get a certain spot. I've done that, Kristen, for different things. I remember when I had to do my pre-service teaching in New Orleans, the school that I was assigned for this particular class was not in the best area. and they had a parking lot that was fenced in. And once it filled up, you had to do on street parking. And the on street parking, like the roads weren't that great. So I would get to school really early when I had to go to that school because we would have to report to that school to do activities with classes. I think it was a reading class, if I'm not mistaken. And I would get there super, super early and I would just bring a book and I would read in my car until it was time for me to report to the classroom or whatever, because I always wanted to be in the gated lot, especially after I was in the morning session. They had an afternoon session and one of the students got carjacked that was in the afternoon session. And I'm like, oh, yeah, I'm going to keep coming here as early as I have to be so I can get in this lot. Because I was like, if I can't get into the lot, I might have to just miss. I mean, I didn't feel safe. And Jasmine definitely would rather be early. And Kristen, also, I don't think I like Jodi Picoult's writing. This is the third book I've read by her, and I'm so bored. Really, I have only read one book by her, and I don't know if I was on Goodreads when I read her. I mean, I'd have to look and see if that's when I did. But I've only read one book by her. She's not like my type of writing, but I want to say like subject matter is what I should say that I gravitate towards. And I think the only reason I read the book was that my friend had recommended it, but I'd have to go look and see which one it was. I haven't read anything else by her, and it's been a very, very long time. But yeah, I mean, I kind of feel like, you know, because I have that kind of relationship with Alex Michaelides. I think that's how you pronounce his last name. I've read 2 books by him, and I think I'm going to read one more. And if I don't like it, I don't think I'm going to read anything else. Like, I kind of feel like 3 times, that's a good amount of time. Maybe it's also dependent on when she published those books. She has a really big catalog. I don't know, are you reading more of her most recent stuff or like her earlier stuff? And Jamie said, this is actually the first time reading it. The last section I read is really one of the most frightening things I've ever read. Yeah, that's why when I mentioned in my book haul, I mentioned that it was a different kind of horror because I just can't imagine the situations that are going to come about. Just the fact that people want to burn books is like horrifying to me in and of itself. So I'm curious to finally read it. Hopefully, that's the type of book that will give me nightmares, because I think those are kind of things that could possibly happen. I mean, it has happened in history. I mean, Germany, when Hitler was in power, they burned books. So, yeah. I mean, if you read The Book Thief, that's one of the situations. Jamie says, I always carry a physical book with me because I don't do earbuds. Yeah, I have earbuds, but I keep my earbuds at home because I'll use them sometimes if I walk and I'm listening. I don't always bring my phone with me. I prefer not to, but sometimes I'll bring it with me if I'm trying to stay up with my audiobook. And it depends on if it's like later in the evening and I need kind of like some motivation. If I walk in the morning, I never bring my phone, but so I don't keep my earbuds in my purse. Otherwise, I guess I could listen if I had an audiobook, but I don't. I just bring a physical book. And then Chris said, I would rather be late. You never want to be early and put extra stress on your host or hostess. Yeah. So in that situation, it's, if you're going to a party or if you're going to an event. I just know, like, being in theater, you want to be early. You never want to just arrive at the time, especially like if you're in the cast. So I always try to arrive at least 15 minutes early because they really want to get started as soon as possible when we have to rehearse and all of that stuff. And The Jigsaw Man is a crime thriller. Ooh, it's about a serial killer who uses a jigsaw saw on his victims. It's pretty intense. So I'm sure it has a lot of body horror if it's got a serial killer and they're using a jigsaw saw. Ooh. That is very interesting. I would not want somebody to use a jigsaw saw on me. I wouldn't want any kind of saw. And Jamie says, I'm with Kristen. When I go to the movies, I always get there really early to get good parking. Yeah. That's how I am a lot of times when I have to go to New Orleans. I try to get there early enough because it's hard sometimes to do the parking situation. They don't really have a lot of lots and all of that. The movie theater we go to, we have plenty of parking and we can reserve our tickets ahead of time. So I love that. No more having to get there super early so that we can get a good seat. So I like that a lot. And oh no, I have never read Jodi Picoult, but the publisher added her upcoming book to my NetGalley shelf. I didn't request it. And I didn't care much for The Silent Patient. The only one I've read by him, and I think I gave it 3 stars. I think I did too. It was either 3 stars or 3.5. I actually read The Silent Patient for Summerween a couple of summers ago. I think it was Summerween. And the first half of the book, like, I was so engaged. I was like, this is so good. And then it just started unraveling after that. And I was just like, what the heck is going on here? And like, I had to suspend my my disbelief like a lot. And then I'm just like, ugh. And then I read The Maidens, same thing. He can get out of the gate and get you hooked, and same thing. Halfway through, I'm just like, really? And then somebody from The Silent Patient appears in it. I'm just like, so I don't know. I'm gonna give him one more shot. But he is a very popular author. I mean, so many people, like, I'm in the minority when it comes to his books. I don't know what to say. I'm glad to hear that I'm not the only one. And Kristen read the one about a ladies' clinic that has an active shooter and the one about a woman who wakes up from medical coma during COVID. Yeah, I'll have to go see which one I read, because whichever one I read, I think I liked it. But I'll have to see on Goodreads. If it's not on Goodreads, that means I read it prior to joining. It's too real life for me. I gotcha. Yeah, so I could see that. If you want something that, is gonna like help you escape from real life, then maybe that is not the type of book to read. Yeah, I get it. That's why Criminal Minds gives me nightmares before like Freddy Krueger or any of those other kind of movies, because Criminal Minds, things like that could really happen. So, yeah. And Jen says, hi, not sure how late back I am. I was chatting with my neighbor. Oh, you were being a neighbor, a good neighbor. Jigsaw saw. It's like a tongue twister. Yeah, did the serial killer saw you with the jigsaw saw? Or wait, let's say. I saw the jigsaw man use his jigsaw saw. We could go down a rabbit hole, Matthew, and make up a whole little thing with jigsaw saw. I was trying to read Whistler by Ann Patchett. It's a feel good story so far. Yay! Well, yeah, that will keep your mind off of your storm. And hello, sweet Jen. What are you up to? And Chris said you should check out the documentary The Librarians. Ooh, The Librarians. That's a document. I think I've heard of that. I'm going to have to check and see if that's one that I saw that I recommended to my youngest son. It sounds familiar to me. I haven't seen it, though. And how many saws could a jigsaw saw? Oh, how many saws could a jigsaw saw on a seesaw? How about that? We could keep adding to it. How many saws could a jigsaw saw on a seesaw? The Librarians is a great documentary. Well, I wrote it down. I'm going to put it in my calendar and see how I can go about watching that. Okay, so let's go ahead and do our Mad Libs so that we can get to our next sprint, because I am planning to eat on that sprint. So I need a red pen. A red pen. Okay. I need a plural noun. A plural noun, please. A plural noun. Yeah, you know, they said they added music. I'm going to have to go see this. Yay, Mad Libs. Where's my media stuff? Okay, Mad Libs. Let's see. That's when I read it. So fun. I love the sound effects. I'm so sorry, y'all. Shoes. That's going to be funny. Okay, let me see if I have any other plural nouns. I'm going to do plural nouns and then I'll switch to regular. And paints, since it specifically wants that. Chairs. Avocados. That is funny. Okay. Let me make sure, because sometimes I skip. Okay, then we have a plant. I'm going to make it a plant. And I'm thinking you mean the plant that is like a natural plant, not like a building. I'm going to change mugs to mug. That is hilarious. And Anne says maps. So I'm going to keep maps because that could have been singular or plural. Okay. Jen says, I'm just trying to survive summer reading North America Lake Monsters by Nathan Balligrud and also reading a nonfiction book about John Carpenter's In the Mouth of Madness. Great stuff. I think that would be really fascinating to read the John Carpenter nonfiction book. I love how excited you get by the sound and visual effects. I do. That's my background in television, I will admit. That was one of the things that it was so fun, like just doing all that kind of stuff, especially when you're and picking music. I love picking music for stuff. That's why it bums me out that we have to worry about music so much on here. And yeah, it just would make me giddy. A gardenia. Okay. Okay. Cactus. Cactus. The Librarians is on Canopy if you have it. Yeah, I think I can access that with my library card. Thank you. And Jen, what's the name of the John Carpenter book? And I gave Lonesome Dove 5 stars about 100 pages in. I'm looking forward to starting the book club pick. I read True Grit last June. Yes. I have not read that one. I bet you that one's a good one. Okay, so I don't know if Zach is going to come, so I got to save the first adjective for Zach. I do need an adjective. Do need an adjective. Yeah, I'm also check the music on here because I think they added new music, you know, for the background. There's a more music tab, y'all. Somehow it doesn't look any different to me. I don't think they did. I think they just told maybe we can add music. Oh, we can like add more music for ourselves. Interesting. I wonder what would happen if you use like YouTube music. I don't know. I'm afraid. I'm always afraid with YouTube. Just never know. You never know. Purple. Okay, let me make sure no specific colors. Nice. Purple. My second favorite color. Fresh. Oh man, that worked out too perfectly. Jasmine says wet. Depending on what gets paired with that. You filthy animal. Ooh, man. Why can I not remember how? I'm like, what? Okay. Almost forgot the L. That would have been terrible. It's part of the Devil Advocate series. It's written by Michael Blythe. Persnickety. Ooh, persnickety is a good one. Okay, I'm going to put that where Zach would be since Zach is not here. Persnickety. That is awesome. I love that word. And okay, now I need a noun. A noun. This is very noun and adjective heavy. I'm just going to say. Filthy. Oof. Oof. That's going to be an interesting story. Okay. Gnome. I love gnomes. That's wonderful. Tomato. That is perfect because I do need a type of food. Tomato. I don't know if we've ever had this kind of food, but doghouse. Good one. Doghouse. I saw it behind you. Yes, that's my little gnome. I guess he's like my little summertime gnome. I try to keep up with my seasons. Peanut. Okay. Ooh. It's kind of gross. And butterfly. Wow. For being an insect. Okay. So, Jen, my Jen of horror literati, are you still here, Jen? If so, please give me an adverb. Please give me an adverb and we will close it out. We will close the story out. And if not, if she has left the building, I'm hoping it's not a wet purple peanut. I'm not saying. Nonchalantly. Very nice. Thank you, my friend. Whew. Okay, so when we come back, I will read the story Next Door Neighbors. So y'all will be ready for that. So we will go on to our next sprint. Now, I hope 45 is good for you all. That will give me enough time to eat and do a couple of things. Probably I'll see if I can try to vacuum too. We'll see. Okie dokie. Happy sprinting, everyone. Welcome back. How did everybody do? I made my dinner, which was egg salad, and then I was going to eat an apple. I walked out of the room momentarily. The first time I did what I was supposed to do, I put my food high up to where Bailey could not get it. I walk out of the room to go quickly grab something, and I hear my bowl. Bailey was up on the counter surfing, and was eating my egg salad. So hopefully she does not have any adverse effects because I put paprika on my egg salad. So anyway, I had half egg salad and my apple. I did give them both of the dogs a couple of pieces of apple, but then I vacuumed. I did get my vacuuming done, and also scooped Nene's litter box. So I am done with my chores for today. So I'm very happy about that. Although I did not put all the dishes. I need to put the dishes from dinner into the dishwasher, but I can do that later. So how did everybody else do? Oh, and I did start this. Okay, first of all, I love this book already. I have just made it to page 5. It is hilarious. They have illustrations. These are the 3 sisters, the Porch sisters. They are going to the school for like mad scientists. I guess they're the ones who are going to be sent. But also, too, it is being narrated by Kate McKinnon, and that is hilarious in itself. So, and I love it, too, because it has a map. I don't know how y'all are about things like that, but in the front, there is a very detailed map. So I think this is going to be a fun one. I'm loving it so far, listening to it and reading at the same time till I get used to who these characters are and everything. And I think I'll be fine just listening to it. But it's a lot of fun. But the fact that it's illustrated, you want to see the illustrations too. That was the one thing when I was reading The Last Kids on Earth. The illustrations are so great that you miss out on that if you're listening to it on audiobook. So that's nice if you can look at it at the same time if you have an illustrated book. So Anne said maybe the storm will pass in 45 minutes. Well, that was 45 minutes, so hopefully it did pass. Paula popped in. Hello, Paula. Popping in to hug the like button. I appreciate that. I hope you're doing well. And Alicia missed the chatty bit, but she ate dinner, hot dogs on the lanai with the family. Got to page 335 of 404 of Throne of Glass, and husband said something about painting somewhere. I need to find him. And it's getting ready to storm here. Uh-oh. Oh, no. And Alicia, I hope it is not... I'm assuming... Oh, yeah. I'm hoping it is not as bad as it is here. Me too. And Kaylin says, I'm popping. She meant to say, I'm popping in and out tonight, but sending hellos. Hello, sweet Kaylin. And so far, it hasn't started with rain, just the dark clouds and thunder. Yeah, maybe it won't rain. Sometimes that happens. We get the thunder and the gloominess, and then it never rains by us. It's raining somewhere else close to the area. Allie got to page 520, chapter 36 in Throne of Glass, 67%. Nice progress. Hello, Nell. How are you, my friend? What are you up to? What are you doing? And Alicia, you said Lene. Now I want to watch the Golden Girls. And so far, I've not read anything. I pulled a bunch of stuff out of closets, and now I have more of a mess than before. I know how that is, Jen. I have been decluttering my scrapbook room yesterday and today. Last week, I got an hour in, but it was more like all the mailing stuff I had, kind of like getting that together. But today, like I made a big dent. I have a skeleton, an anatomically accurate skeleton that I had gotten from my friend who was a science teacher at the school I worked at. She was getting rid of it because it was falling apart. And I could kick myself for not getting the little rolly thing that it sat in. I should have taken that with me. But anyway, I have had that underneath my table, and I keep asking my husband, I'm like, do you want this skeleton or not? Because we thought about putting it on our front porch in a rocking chair and decorating him seasonally. But he's got this long steel bar that, you know, keeps him kind of together. And I need to have it put in something like a block of wood or something that he can, like, it be embedded into it. So anyway, I had to move it out of there. I'm like, I cannot be the keeper of the skeleton in my scrapbook room any longer. So he's in a laundry basket. That's what I put him in. I'm saying it's a him, but it could be, I don't know, whatever. It's a skeleton, right? So anyway, he is in front of my fireplace in the laundry basket. And when my husband gets back from out of town, we are going to have to decide where he is going to go, or it is going to go. It might be going in the attic until we can get him situated. I keep saying it. Yes, Bailey. Bailey is so bad about, like, you can't, it's weird. Certain things you can have on the counter, like a potato. She is not going to steal a potato. If you have buns on the counter, she will steal the bag of buns, rip the bag open, and consume all the buns in it. So you have to put everything really high, off where it's not close to the counters. Oh yeah, she's a rotten doodlebug for sure about that. So yeah, it's my fault because I just didn't think she was gonna jump up there and get it. But anyway, she did. It is what it is. But hopefully we don't have any negative consequences. I mean, it's not like I think they would have to ingest tons of paprika, but based on what I looked at, but still, I'm just like, really? Really? Like, you already had your dinner. I even gave her, before I smashed my egg up, I gave her a part of the egg, like a little bitty part of it. I'm like, that just couldn't be enough for you? It's a good thing she's cute. That's really what saved her. And Alicia said, we painted the patches of wall that need paint. I read more Throne of Glass, currently 345, 404. Good progress. And oh dear Bailey, yeah. Yep. I mean, and also too, when she has stolen the buns, she has done that with me before, and I had to have my oldest son help me because she gets like all like lockjaw on it, and then she's like, ugh, and I'm like, you are not growling at me. And so he had to help me with that. And then whenever I think we had hot dogs, we had some leftover buns, and she got a hold of those, and she tried to growl at my husband, and he's like, oh no, we're not having this. So yeah, you know what the problem with the bread is that Kate would allow her to have bread, and the only time I would ever put anything in bread was when we had to do medication, but I don't even have to do that anymore. So I'm like, ugh. Oh no, bad Bailey. Yeah. BAD. BAD. I love egg salad. Sorry you only got half of it. Hope there's not any effects from eating the paprika. Same, Allie. Same. And Teresa read a couple chapters of Bird Nerd. I like that, by Jennifer Ann Richter, a middle grade. I love that title, Bird Nerd. Is the weather, did it lessen up? Did it stop for you that it's not so bad? And oh no, dogs and eggs don't mix, if you know what I mean. Oh yeah. Yeah. And she can be tooty already. So yeah, it's going to be interesting. And I finished the first section of Fahrenheit 451, ate a late lunch, and unpacked my Chewy order and put that all away. Fun. I need to tell my son his order from Target arrived. I got a notice. Jen made it to chapter 3 of the nonfiction book about carpenters in the Mouth of Madness. It's so good. I wonder if Kelsey has that book. And about to start making dinner, trying to decide if I want to make a buffalo chicken burrito or just some buffalo nuggets. That's a tough choice, Jasmine. Now Zach is here. Sorry, I missed Mad Libs. I'll be finishing Miss Woodhouse, and Miss Fairfax by Maisie Drodell, which is a sapphic retelling of Jane Austen's Emma. Okay. And you recently read Emma. To Jen of Horror Literati, there is a cozy mystery series with the Golden Girls, and book 2 is called Death on the Lanai. I've never seen the Golden Girl. I know who they are, and I've seen like clips, but I've never watched the show. And Amanda finished her Christopher Pike book and started the Horror at Camp Jelly Jam. That's a Goosebumps book. I've always wanted to read that one. I need to get that from a collection. Amy listened to her book for a little bit and then grabbed a quick shower a bit early, but got a haircut today and was feeling itchy. Whew. I got that. Yep. Well, now you feel all nice. And Nell as well. She's reading Daggermouth. Ooh, Daggermouth. Is that a fantasy? And Lene is pronounced Lene. And Mary finished her little painting, Apricot and Strawberries. Meh, they tasted better than I painted them. Are you going to post it on Insta? And that would be so awesome to have a skeleton on the porch full time. Well, that was the whole reason why I got it, because it is really large, and I just thought it would be kind of cool. Like his poor skull is apart, so that has to be glued, and like he's a mess. The skeleton's a mess, but I thought it would be kind of fun to like put him in like a Hawaiian shirt and some shorts and have him, kick back in his rocking chair while he's sipping a coconut or whatever. Hopefully, somebody wouldn't take him. I'd feel sad. Invite Skelly to sprints. I cannot. He's too difficult to hold. If I had that rolly thing, because originally I thought, well, I could put him, it's like a little rolling, like almost like a chair, that has wheels. That's kind of what he was set on. Then I could have stuck him in here and or in my scrapbook room, but he would have been standing up, and then I could have dressed him that way, but did not work out because I did not take it. And Kristen talked to her Nana and doom scrolled. I hope you had a good conversation. And paprika is not toxic to dogs. I just checked. Yay. I saw that it just said it can agitate them, like, and I think you would have to give them a lot. It's not, I don't use tons, but you know what? I guess it would be a natural consequence for Bailey. And Kristen is hoping to read Dungeon Crawler Carl's graphic novel. Ooh, there's a graphic novel now. And my dog steals stuff too. I call her the Brown Bandit. I wouldn't worry about egg salad too much. My guess is just a bit of gas and maybe an emergency bathroom break later. Yeah. But Jamie's saying it's not toxic. So the paprika is what I was worried about. Because I give them eggs, both of them. I'll give them a little bit of egg when I'm fixing it. But yeah. I sent a link to Kelsey when I ordered the book. She was excited. Okay, good. Ooh, fun. Golden Girls mystery. And weather cleared and sun came out. Hallelujah. Matthew hit the Goosebumps jackpot a few days ago. A lady was selling a lot of them on Facebook Marketplace. I bought a huge bag of them for $25. That is amazing. That's awesome. Because if you wanted to buy, I know when I go buy my Goosebumps, because I'll buy it seasonally, like when it gets close to Halloween, or like if I know I'm going to read one for Old School April or whatever. And they are like $7.99 if you go buy them brand new. And I did post them on Insta. I'll post my skeleton. He's in my art room. I think all skellies are male. Sorry, guys. That's hilarious. Okay, I'm gonna have to check out your painting and your skeleton. And is Mr. Gonk gnome behind you new? It's so cute. I might have an obsession with them. I love gnomes. No, he's not new. I've had him for a couple of years. He might be that I just put him on that shelf and then you can see him. But he is. My friend sent him to me. He's from Target. He was a Target gnome. But yeah, he's got his little beans or whatever in the bottom, his pebbles to hold him down. But I have several little gnomes. They're so cute. Very, very cute. And yes, I read Emma because the book was coming out. Miss Woodhouse is Miss Fairfax came out May 7th, but it took me a while to get to it. Okay. And I think I'm choosing Nuggets. Yum. And Finish the Ending Writes Itself, as well as Typhoon by Joseph Conrad. So did you like The Ending Writes Itself? I feel like most people that have read it, it's kind of like middle of the road. I know Angela read it recently, and she said she thought I'd be okay with it. And Bailey will never connect to being sick with eating the egg salad. I know that. They live in the moment, always in the moment. Okay, so here we go with our story. This is called Next Door Neighbors. I feel like we might have had the story before. It's possible it was in another book that I have. But anyway, it is silly. So here we go. We have New Shoes living in the plant next door. He is a persnickety salesman for a mug company, and she teaches maps in a private gnome. Last night, we were invited to their purple home for a potluck gardenia. We brought a fresh tomato casserole. After dinner, we went into their nonchalantly decorated family cactus, sat in front of their roaring doghouse, and toasted paints. Before we left, our host insisted on taking out his wet peanut, which we mistook for an ancient butterfly, to play a few country chairs on it. All in all, it was a filthy evening, and since then the four of us have become as thick as avocados. I love the last line. All in all, it was a filthy evening, and since then the four of us have become as thick as avocados. That's pretty thick, if you ask me. And considering the host took out his wet peanut, what can I say? Stina really enjoyed it, but probably because I'm a mystery writer. Okay, that makes sense. I like mysteries, so hopefully I will enjoy it too. Shannon is back, just finished dinner and feeding the cats. Excellent. No, the wet peanut. Oh my God, a wet peanut. I know. That was really good. Yes, well, at least it's not a wet purple peanut. A wet peanut. I could say a lot about that. I know. A lot. Oh no, not the wet peanut. That is filthy. Oh, hi, Kat. Hi, Christina. So nice to see you. Just peeking in to show some love. I appreciate that. And here's Christina's PSA. We have missed your PSAs. Remember to hydrate, feed thyself, check the laundry, take meds, stretch, and show some love to the like button. Also, make sure you sub and ring the bell so you hopefully get notified. Thank you, my friend. Okay, so we will go on to our next sprint. And hey to Christina from Alicia. We'll go on to our next sprint for the evening. And we have a high back and toasted paints. I don't know if I would want to eat toasted paints. That would be terrible. Maybe that's what led to his wet peanut. Who knows? Where's Travis when we have a wet peanut? I know. totally lost on him. And I have been busy. Youngest turned 18 and graduated. Woohoo! We need to give your oldest some professional applause. That's a wonderful. I also need to give Stina some professional applause for finishing her book. And then I'll be heading to bed in this one. Good night, everyone. Thanks for Sprints Cat. Have a great evening, all. Bye, Tanya. I really appreciate you being here and hope you are well. I am doing really well, Christina. I'm getting ready to go on a scrapbooking event, like a retreat, in a couple of weeks. So I'm getting ready for that. I'm enjoying the things that I'm reading, the books and stories that I'm getting into, and also trying to, relax a little here and there. And I gave The Ending Writes Itself 3 stars, not the greatest for me. Yeah, I thought you had given it 3 stars. I thought I remembered that. So hopefully it'll be a good one. I'll be fine. It'll make for an interesting conversation for Isabel and I. Okay. And Mary said, gotta go. Good to spend time with you. Hoping I can catch you next week. Same, Mary. It's so good seeing you. Have a wonderful evening. And hopefully I'll see you soon. I'm going to check out your painting on Insta. Okay, y'all. Let's get our sprint started. Happy sprinting. Hello. Welcome back. How did everybody do? I spent a good chunk of my time looking at Instagram at Mary's painting of her apricot and strawberries, which I thought came out really, really nice. And then I saw a picture of her skeleton, which has a party hat as well as beads around his neck that she has in her room. Excellent. Very nice. And then just kind of looked at a couple of different things, answered some messages that I had, and my son had his box delivered. My husband had a box delivered. So took care of that and then jumped back into listening to this. It is so much fun. I don't know if anybody else would have as much fun with it. I'm a weirdo. I love weird stories. It's, and honestly, if you read it, I think it would be fun, even if you just read it yourself. I would like it, whether or not I listen to it on audiobook. But Kate McKinnon is so good. And she can make the voices, all the different voices. She's just wonderful. She's so talented. But it's just also the writing is hilarious. Like, this one part, like, I think this is funny. The girls have a mishap at school, and so she's starting to cry, the sister Gertrude, and she's like, darn, there are those tears again. I wonder what makes tears. Is it fluid from the brain? Is there a separate tear reservoir? Maybe it's in the chin, and that's why the chin trembles when it's time to cry. It's just funny. It's just so funny. Some of the things. Another one is Gertrude, is apologizing to the other two sisters. And Eugenia says, this town wouldn't know a good idea if it bit it in the eyeball. We are drowning in an intellectual and moral cesspool. And Dee Dee says, the cesspool, the humblest of pools. I don't know. I just love it. I just think it's a lot of fun. So it is going to be so enjoyable. Hopefully I won't wreck when I'm listening to it in the car from laughing. I mean, I actually laughed out loud at some of these parts. So we were talking about the ending writes itself. Angela had said that she had given it 3 stars, which I had known she had said that. Jamie gave it 4 stars. So I think those are good ratings. I mean, I'd be a little worried if it was like, 2 stars. And Anne says it is getting very warm. Did your electricity come back on? Yes, that Mad Libs was a funny story. Alex popped in. She had just got done with an event in 100-degree heat and needed a shower and probably will fall asleep. Wishing you the best and hope you are well. So I told Alex that the only thing she should be doing tonight is relaxing. And Shannon is still doing social media. Very good. Jamie made it to page 75 in Platform Decay and worked on some cross stitch. Lovely. I've never heard of Platform Decay. Zach is down to my last 40 pages of Miss Woodhouse and Miss Fairfax. I do like it, but like Emma itself, I did prefer the first half to the second half. Interesting. Andy's here. Hello. How are you, Andy? And Amy said, I've heard great things about Millicent Quibb. Yeah. It's all Krista at Books and Jams's fault that I even have a copy of Millicent Quibb. She had talked about it because of Middle Grade March, and she was talking about it and picked it for siblings. And I happen to be in Books A Million, and I always go look in the bargain section just to see what they might have. And I got Millicent Quibb out of the bargain section in the kids area. So I was very excited because I didn't pay full price for it. It's a nice hardcover book in perfect condition. And so I was excited. So I had put it on my list to read for middle grade March. Well, I didn't get to it. I read something else, or actually, I had quite a few different things that I had chosen that had siblings in it. But I'm reading it this month because I'm reading it for a challenge I'm doing. It's a year-long challenge. It's the Read Your Bookshelf Challenge. And for May, no, I'm sorry, for June, it's a title is 5 or more words. So this is by Chantel Reads All Day. She's the one that hosts that. And so I looked at all the books that I had chosen for June, and I didn't have any that would have fit that prompt. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to read it. I wanted to read it back in March, and it's been on my bookshelf since March. So now I'm going to read it, and I'm glad I am because it's so much fun. And Jamie said it's the 8th book in the Murderbot series. I've heard the Murderbot series is a lot of fun as well. More audiobook listening. I'm at 66%. Wonderful progress. And Matthew said, just check Libby, and the Millicent Quibb book is available for me. Maybe I'll try it next. Sounds fun. I like Kate McKinnon. I think, Matthew, I think you would have fun with it. You seem like you have a sense of humor similar to mine. I don't know what that says about you, or if I'm just reading that. But she is so good. She kind of reminds me, like Victor Garber is the narrator for the Bunnicula series, except for the very last book, which is Bunnicula with Edgar Allan Poe. And I always say I felt sorry for that narrator to have to follow Victor Garber. But Victor Garber is so good as a narrator and did all these voices for the Bunnicula series. If you have never listened to the Bunnicula series, Matthew, I would highly recommend it. It's so much fun. It's animal characters, and I just love it. I want to get that series for my personal library because I have borrowed everything, all of it from the library. But it is I do have the first copy of it. I have Bunnicula the first because I had bought that for my boys. But it's so much fun. And House of Bunnicula is even just as much fun because Howie writes those stories. But the only thing is, if you do get it and you don't they are supposedly a PDF. I don't know how you would access the PDF, but if you cannot access the PDF, you'll have to let me know, and I will take pictures of some of the different things for you. She doesn't have tons of diagrams and stuff, but I would take the pictures for you and send them to you. Just because I think that would be a lot of fun for you to see them. But yeah, stories like this are the type of stories that I loved reading when I was in school. I don't know if anybody has ever read Ellen Raskin. She's the one that did The Westing Game, and she wrote a book that I would check out of the library when I was young, every year out of the library. And it's The Mysterious Disappearance of Noel. And I loved it because it was just kooky and off the wall. And as an adult, I bought my own copy because I'm like, I need to have this book and read it. But yeah, I don't know. This is just so much fun. And then I just found out that there is more than one book in the series, that it doesn't have a number on it. So I didn't realize, but there's 2 other books that I can see on Goodreads. So I definitely will be checking that out. I manifested you. Krista, I can't believe it. My ears are ringing. Just joined near the end of that sprint. I'm reading Lonesome Dove for a bit. Such a good book, and hoping to get to part 2 tonight before switching to something else. Yes, it's your fault that I have Millicent Quibb, and I am having so much fun with it. I'm just going to say right now it's 5 stars. I mean, I'm only on chapter 2. I've only made it to page 17, and it's already 5 stars for me, just because it's so It's just so weird and kooky and fun. And Kate McKinnon, I'm so glad that you stressed about Kate McKinnon, like listening to it if you can, because she's so good. Her just like her different her the impersonations of the different characters is so good. So yeah, you get a humongous gold star for this recommendation, I will say. And Alicia made it to page 381 of 404 in Throne and Glass, starting to get kiddos ready for bed before book club discussion. Nice. Don't forget to put your link in before you leave. Alicia loves the Murderbot series. The audio of Millicent Quibb is spectacular, but tandem read it because the illustrations are also fantastic. Yes, that's what I was telling Matthew. If for some reason he can't get it, I will take pictures of like those diagrams, because like especially because Kate McKinnon will even say, this is where you really have to study the illustrations, and it's like breaking the fourth wall to talk to you, and I love that aspect. I love anything to do with breaking the fourth wall, which is amazing. But I hope you're loving Lonesome Dove, and I'm not sure if you're listening to it on audiobook, but I listened to it on audiobook and it was fantastic. My friend Alicia, Alicia Yo, because we have two Alicias in the house, she said it best. She said, when you listen into the audiobook for Lonesome Dove, it's like you're sitting around a campfire and somebody is just telling you a story. So good. The characters are so good. They are short little novellas, except for book 5, Network Effect. I'm gonna have to check into it. Not that I need anything new to read, but I need to check into it because I've just heard that Gretchen Rubin, an author I follow, she has read them and really enjoys them. And I get book recommendations, because she reads a ton. And Bunnicula is on my list, but I don't own it yet. Matthew, if you can, even if you can check it out at the library, because they do have illustrations in the books. And the illustrators, what I find fascinating is there's multiple illustrators for the Bunnicula series. All very good illustrators, but yeah, they're so engaging. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what else to say except that it's a fantastic series, and I love to recommend that. But yeah, there's even the other series from the House of Bunnicula, which is when Howie, and you'll meet Howie when you read it. But that's on audiobook. That is just super engaging. And yes, I would have loved Millicent Quibb when I was a kiddo. Oh yeah. This is just right up my alley. These are the type of books that I could like devour. Love it. And I remember that Ellen Raskin book in school. I can picture the cover. Yeah, I love Ellen Raskin's books. I have not read all of her books, but The Westing Game is one of my favorite middle grade books. It's like in my top 10, and I've even taught it when I was in junior high. I taught it. And it's just a lot of characterization, and it teaches you so many different things. Yeah, it's a great one. And then I love the mysterious disappearance. That one is great too. Really is a lot of fun. And Angela said, a thunderstorm is rolling in with angry dark clouds and wind picking up, heat index of 103. That is insane. I knew it was going to do something crazy. So y'all go from like having snow to this like extreme heat, which I find fascinating. Now, I don't know if your heat is as humid as our heat is down here in Louisiana. That's what takes our breath away, is the humidity. Like you go for a walk. Sometimes you could go for a walk in the morning and you're like soaking wet by the time you get back home, because it's just, the humidity is so high. And Cameron's back. We had pizza. Yummy, yummy, yummy. I love that for y'all. Zach agrees about the Lonesome Dove audiobook. The writing style and the structure are very well suited for that. Yes. It's just so like, you just feel like you're there. He writes so well. and his characters are just so rich and have so much depth to them. And I mean, you can just like envision the setting. It's like you just fall into that world, and you can just, for me, I just felt like I could get lost in it, you know? So I really would love to see the miniseries. I never did make the time to do that. I am listening to Lonesome Dove, and so far I'm enjoying it much more than I expected. Yeah. It has you go through so many emotions with the story. At least I did. You know, there are moments where you're laughing, there are moments when you're just like crying, and just so much heartbreak. You get angry, you know, so much. I love the Westing game. I know it's so much fun. And you know, they do have a movie. The movie uh is cute. It looks more like it was like a made for TV type of movie, but I got it on DVD, and I would show that. I would, you know, we'd always have like the days that if we didn't have a lot going on, or like it was an unstructured day because we had assemblies or whatever, and it kind of messed up our day. Sometimes we would watch some of our movies based, you know, that are based on books that we read. And the guy who, I can't think of what his name is, but y'all would know. I'm pretty sure he played live action Mr. Magoo. He was also, I think, my favorite Martian. It's like I wish I can see his face, but I can't think of what his name is. But he's in it. And yeah, it's good. Six of Crows discussion for 100 pages. Book club. Here's the link for anyone who is following Alicia's book club with that. Sometimes she has a discussion, and sometimes she does sprints. And then, hello, Miss Books Are Everywhere. The Westing game is one of my favorite middle grades since I first read it years ago. I love it. It's so good. It really is. A good book to teach your students about character traits. And I don't know how you all deal with the heat and humidity. Yeah, the humidity. And I know it's different. I have family that lives in Utah, right outside of Salt Lake City, and it can get hot there, but like it's nothing compared to here. And when they would come visit us, if they would come during the summer, they would be dying because it's just different. It's been very humid lately. Next week we'll be back in the 70s. Oh, thank goodness. And assuming you have the Will Patton narration of Lonesome Dove, I'm sure it's fantastic. He is one of my favorite narrators. He does a number of Stephen King books. Oh, that's good to know. And Get a Clue. Yeah, it was made for Showtime. It's cute. Yes, but it also, the copy I have, Cameron, it says the Westing game on it, which is funny. But that's, I think the original title for it was Get a Clue. And then they must have, you know, whenever they made it into a DVD. But it really is cute. It is a cute film. And the Lonesome Dove audiobook is available in 3 years on my iCloud library. I have the paperback, but audio sounds better. Hoping to read it this summer. Oh my gosh, 3 years? That's insane. Yeah, I highly recommend it. Not that you can't enjoy it reading it with your eyeballs, but it is very long, but it just makes it enjoyable. I did it in tandem. Like there were some times where I'd read and then sometimes I would listen to it. And then I have the Larry McMurtry bio, but I have never read it. Yeah, this is the only thing I've ever read by him. That was the first one I ever read. And I did it for June on a Range, and it also counted for Big Book Summer, and it also counted for Summer Book Bingo for me. So it counted for a lot of stuff for me last year. Okay, well, we're going to go into our last sprint, which will be 45 minutes. So we'll get our clock up. There we go. Let me get our banner showing our last sprint. We'll start our Kitticut. Okay, happy sprinting, everyone. Oop, I didn't mean to do that. Okey-doke. Welcome back. Let's see how everybody did. Okay, so I loaded all the dishes that were in the sink into the dishwasher. So just have to start that in a little bit. I updated my food journal to record my sugar intake, and also updated, that column in my habits journal. I got some more water. I am bummed out. Jen of Pages and Chaos, I can see why you did not like the black tea that you got when you did your advent calendar, because since I cannot put the amount of honey that I was putting in my tea all this time, because I cannot do that, I do not really care for the taste of this black tea. So I'm sad because I enjoyed it when I had the honey in it, but I can't. I mean, honey is just so, it's a lot. It's like 17 grams for a tablespoon. And there's 3 teaspoons in a tablespoon, and a teaspoon just don't cut it. So I don't know. I didn't even finish my tea today. So I was kind of bummed out about that. Now I have some green tea. I have some little packets of tea because when I do the Cozy Cottage card exchange, um, we'll send each other like a packet or two of tea. And so I've had some tea from that, and I've had some green tea with pomegranate, and that's been fine without the honey in it. So I don't know. I might have to switch what I'm doing because it's just not good. But anyway, sorry, fill my water. I made my to-do list for tomorrow. Got it all mapped out. I will be going to the Friends of the Library store tomorrow and helping out there, doing my volunteering. I haven't been there in quite a few weeks. So want to do that, and then just errands after, and then reading, of course, and working still in my scrapbook room. Hopefully Bailey will not bark the whole entire time. I had to get up a couple of times because they wanted to go outside. Bailey comes inside. Luna does not. Then Luna wants to come inside. Now they want to go out. I don't know. They're a mess, those two little lady dogs. ED says, hi, just got home, was invited out, but will be here the whole time next Wednesday. That's awesome. Maybe you can come hang out. So I had told ED hello in the comments, and then Alicia hopped off so that she could go for her book discussion, and I appreciated her being here. And Teresa said, listening to a kin while folding laundry. It's by Emma Donahue. I have that book on my shelf. I happened to pick that book up, Teresa, at Dollar Tree. Let me tell Bailey to stop barking. I don't know if that'll work or not. She's ignoring me. Anyway, I picked that up at Dollar Tree a while ago, but I had read Room years ago by Emma Donahue and enjoyed it. I mean, it's hard content, but it was well written. Jen said, well, no reading. I managed to make more of a mess than when I started, but I did throw out 2 bags of stuff. That's awesome. Finished up my social media task. Wonderful. Big gold star. And ED did a little project. Great. And yes, it's bland. Yeah, it's like it's just not good. I can't explain it. I guess bland is the best way to say it. But I'm bummed out about it because I can't. The sugar is just too much sugar. And Jamie said, I switched to my physical read, The Princess Bride, and made it to 165. Awesome. And I got 2 chapters read in Death by Chocolate, Cherry Cheesecake. That's a long title. I could have used that. Well, let's see. I could have used that one for the challenge, by Sarah Graves, but turns out it's a sequel to another series. Felt like I was coming into the middle of a series. That's a bummer. And I love Massively Oversteeping My Black Tea. And I think I'll try to finish up all my bones tonight. Thanks for the sprints. I enjoyed them. Thanks for being here, Amy. I appreciate you being here, and I hope you get to finish your book tonight. Drank some tea and read a bunch more. Awesome. Of Jigsaw Man. I like stone fruit tea without sweetener. I have a country peach passion yesterday. It's a herbal tea, but the black tea ones are good too. So is it a certain brand? Let me know what the brand is. And also, too, I don't know if Kristen is still here. I looked up on my Goodreads. I did read a Jodi Picoult, and now I remember the book now once I saw it on my list. It was called The 10th Circle. I read it back in 2016. I did not write a review, and I gave it 3 stars. So it was okay. Yeah, Bailey has been bad. She's been BAD tonight. She got put her paws on the counter and ate half of my egg salad, which was my dinner tonight. Thank you so much for being here, Eleanor. Appreciate you. Here, Bailey. I made it to part 2 and worked on editing for a bit. Going to hop off and listen to my nonfiction, The Woman They Could Not Silence, which is so fascinating. Awesome. Well, thank you for being here, Krista. Always good to see you. And hopefully I'll see you on Saturday. And thanks for Sprints Cat. It's dinner time for us. Have a great night, everyone. Bye, Carmen. See you soon. I'll see you in the Discord for sure, because we'll be starting Brady on Sunday. And I'm really liking it. It's funny. Ooh, I didn't realize. And you'll have to get some herbal teas. Yeah, I used to drink herbal tea. I used to get like the Bigelow had some, but I think I'm going to try. My friend told me about this because she's doing this sugar challenge with me as well. And she said at the English tea room, you can get little baggies to get loose tea and then put the loose tea in, like that instead of buying the tea in tea bags. So I'm wondering if that's something I could also get, like order that. I have to see because I don't know when I would ever go back to the English tea room. So yeah. Also, Kat, I sent you a message on Discord. Oh, thank you. I'll look. And oh no. Thanks for the sprints as always. Well, thank you, Jamie, for being here. I really appreciate y'all. Y'all really make my week. Thank you so much, Shannon. And that one was Celestial Seasonings, but I like, is it Harney and Son Stash Tazo? Tazo is the one that I have the black tea. And I love it when I have the honey, and I love their pumpkin spice. So I'm going to have to see what happens when I drink the pumpkin spice one. But I'm going to see. Do you get them at Target? Because that Harney and Sons looks familiar to me. I love going to Target. And Stash. I actually, one of my Cozy Cottage friends sent me a Stash. I think it's a peppermint one. So I'm going to have to try that one. And I've tried some of the herbal ones with Tazo, and I don't know. It was okay. But yeah. I'll have to figure it out. But thank you. I appreciate the recommendations. Thank you for Matthew for being here. I'll see you next time. And my go-to is English Tea Company, double bergamot Earl Grey. I think it tastes like Fruit Loops. And I get Stash Tea Company Lady Grey. Sometimes I make 30-ounce teas with a bag of each. Okay. So English Tea Company. Okay. And then you also do Stash. Yeah. Well, I appreciate that, Zach. I'm just trying to do better with the sugar situation. It was nice being back here with you. Thank you. It was so good seeing you, Teresa. I hope we get to see you again soon. And Angela read 140 pages today, ate a bowl of rainbow sherbet, and I'm going to bed soon, not because I want, but because my eyes are done for the day. I get that. And thanks for sprints tonight. See you next week. See you next week, Angela. Have a good rest. Enjoy the rest of your week. And try agave. I believe it's less calories than honey. Okay. Is agave, is it natural? Y'all have been going down this sugar rabbit hole, and I looked up research on erythritol, I guess that's how you pronounce it, which is in the Truvia that I use, and I didn't like what I read on that. So it's like, Harney and Sons has loose tea. Okay. Yeah, we actually have a tea farm in Louisiana. It's the one and only tea farm. It's called Fleur de Lis. And we bought some loose tea. And Lindsay, who is, it's a Charm in Life, but they're the ones that have the Cozy Cottage Book Club. She sent me the teapot that she uses to be able to do that, because it's like I would like a recommendation for that. So I'm going to get that teapot, and we do have some tea that we got that was loose, but if I can get the little baggies, I will. If not, I do have stuff I can, just have to clean it or whatever. And I have that Celestial Seasons peach tea. It's really good. Yeah, I think Celestial Seasonings might be the one that I had. I think they made like a blueberry, and there's a raspberry zing or something like that. I haven't tried it, but a friend of mine really likes is it Twinings Tea Company Vanilla Earl Grey. Yeah. It's online and gift shops, and Barnes and Nobles carries a few too. Ooh. I don't have one in my area, but one is close to my son's. I can always check that out too. Lady Grey and Earl Grey are a couple of faves from Stash. Okay. So you and Zach are saying that. So Lady Grey and Earl Grey. Okay. I appreciate that. Barney and Son. Oh, is it Barney and Sons or Harney and Sons? Have a hot cinnamon that's very good. I don't drink tea or coffee without sugar. I use stevia. Yeah, I've been using Truvia for years and years. And it only has 2 grams of erythritol in it. But like I said, I read an article about the erythritol, and I'm just kind of nervous about it. Erythritol is also in the Swerve line of sweeteners. So I don't know. It's just concerning. It's like you don't know who to believe. One group says it's fine, then another group is like, no, it's not. So I'm like, I don't know. I don't know. And that Country Pea Passion tea makes great iced tea. Awesome. I like stevia. Monk fruit is another one. Yes, but does the monk fruit have erythritol in it? Yes, it's a plant. Okay, good. Thank you. Yep. You can try monk fruit sweetener. Yeah, I need to look and see, because monk fruit's a natural sweetener. Keto friendly, doesn't spike blood sugar. Right. But is monk fruit, like when you buy it, what does the label say? I did see that if you do stevia with liquid drops, that is better than if you do like powder. I did see that if you can find that. I also really recommend seeing a dietitian if you can. There's a lot of misinformation out there about sugar and stevia, etc. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I just ordered a starter kit from the Snarky Tea, but Amazon also has mason jar tea filter combo to steep tea. Ooh. So Snarky Tea. Snarky Tea. Yeah, it's crazy, all the different, information out there of what you should and should not do. I don't put any sweetener in my tea anymore. Well, that's what I think I'm going to end up doing. I love honey, but it's just a lot. And I know that honey is natural, but the thing about it is that is the sugar. Like it's just sugar. Like it's like like regular table sugar or whatever you want to say, the white sugar or whatever. It's not anything to do with it being added or not. So okay, you're saying Barney. And I think a lot of monk fruit has erythritol in it, but some is pure monk fruit. Yeah, that's one of the things I have to look and see because, like I was saying, I've been doing research. And then again, I don't know if like the erythritol is how much are they saying is bad? Is it like is 2 grams in a Truvia packet gonna hurt you? Or is it that it has to be a lot? I mean, it's like when they do these studies, it's like how much of it is okay. And no erythritol in monk fruit. Okay. And I can't have any artificial sweeteners. I have severe vomiting. Ooh, gotcha. Yeah, I pretty much stay away from it. The only reason I use Truvia is because I did see a dietitian, Molly Kimball. She's a well-known dietitian in New Orleans, and I did go see her, and that is what she recommended was to use it. The problem with Truvia for me is that it has an aftertaste. And so I will use a half a teaspoon of sugar, regular white sugar, to like cut that aftertaste when I make my coffee. But 2 grams of sugar is not awful because anything with added sugar, if you're 5 grams or less, doesn't register in your bloodstream if you have it in a serving. So that's if you have it by itself. Now, if you're like eating all this other stuff that has all this added sugar, then it can be, then that's a problem. So anyway, that's why I started using it. So I just need to research it more. Agave didn't bother me. It is from something natural. Yes, well, Jen is saying it's a plant. Angela's like, Harney, twice it was changed. Goodness. Well, that's what I was wondering. I was like, okay, which one is it? Erythritol is also toxic to dogs, so I worry about that. Yes, I did see something about that as well. And I can message you some people that have great information about all of this. I appreciate that. That's awesome, Jen. And I think it's always better to test these yourself. Often doctors are not trained in nutrition, so patients have to do the research themselves. You have to be careful to choose the right research. Right. That's true. That is true. I agree. And I do go to, I go through Spa 728. I did my detox. And so there was a lot of information I've gotten through that. So the next time I see them, because I'm doing my gut protocol right now, that was another thing I did. I had to take my intestinal restore. I'm going to talk to them about what kind of sweeteners they use because they use all natural, it's things that they tell you to avoid, just for the toxicity of it. And luckily I don't like sweetener in my tea unless it's sweet iced tea. Yeah, like I said, I have been black tea is new to me, within the last probably I started drinking tea when I gave up my second cup of coffee. And then I started adding a cup of tea in the like in the afternoons, like I right after lunch, and I just would put the honey in it and I didn't measure it. So I was probably putting double serving size. Even the colon prep was damaging my stomach. Yeah, the colon preps, I did all over the counter the last time because the first time I did that soup prep and it was awful. I couldn't even the second dose that I had to do, I threw up. It was awful, horrible. And I said I cannot do that again. I don't mind having a colonoscopy because the colonoscopy is not the problem, it's the prep. So everything was over the counter and it was 100,000 times better. A million times better, honestly. What Chris said, there's a lot of fear mongering with actual scientific research. Yes, I get that. Yes. And it's all conflicting too. Like you'll have one study of that, but you know how it's everything. It's like every so many years they come out like something they told you was bad is now good. And then it changes in 5 years or two. So I think it's also trending. What things trend. All of a sudden you see all this stuff is trending and people jumping on the bandwagon. And it's like, is this really true? Or is this just a trend? Agave is what they make tequila out of. Ooh, I'm not a tequila drinker. Did you know everything you read online is true and everyone is a doctor? Yeah, isn't it called Dr. Google? And that's why I always love tequila. Yeah, dun, 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 dun. Yeah, my gastro said no sugars ending with the letter OL, the letters OL. Very interesting. And have you tried low in blood sugar hacks like intermittent fasting, freezing, reheating starches, cinnamon, pure green tea, not the bogus supplement, but actual tea? I mean, I've done intermittent fasting, and I'm doing it just because I don't want the added sugar, because sugar causes a lot of inflammation, and I don't need any inflammation at all. And I use cinnamon in different foods that I eat, but no, I have not tried pure green tea or anything like that. I'm just trying to eat natural sugar and not a ton of it. You can also look at who's paying for the studies. That's a good idea. Yes, I was just about to say that. Very nice. Well, y'all have been very, very helpful. I appreciate y'all very much. And I have food for thought, but it won't be sugary food. I'll tell you that. And I'll check into all this. So thank y'all very, very much. I appreciate y'all being here. Y'all are amazing. Stay amazing. If y'all are going to be adventurous, be safe in your adventures. I appreciate you being here, Jen. I hope you get all of your decluttering straightened out, and then you can relax and do some reading. That would be fun. I will be here on Saturday at 8 a.m. Central Time. If anybody needs some a productivity sprint, 1 power hour. Thank you, Amanda, for being here. And thank you, ED. Good night, everyone. And thank you, Angela. Appreciate it. Thank you, Jamie. Thank you, ED, again. And I will be here again next Wednesday at 3:30 p.m. Central Time. So y'all have a great rest of your week, and I will see y'all soon. Yes, it is. I learned a lot about that when I went to go see my internal medicine doctor. She's also a cardiologist. Yeah. Okay, y'all. Good night. Bye-bye.